Chapter 307. Tai Dao Ku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruanan saw that Tai Dao Ku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Dao Ku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Bai Ning Bing. A few months ago when he fought with Bai Ning Bing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the hand blade Gu was mercilessly taken away by Bai Ning Bing. He was no longer Bai Ning Bing's match. But Tai Dao Ku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Shangclan City. He was like a lone wolf, silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fang and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanan took the initiative to lead the team here. Bai Ning Bing actually injured you. Tai Dao Ku, your information was lacking. Why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanan frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Dao Ku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 Gu master. He had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanan's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanan was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Xueleng's death spread to Tai clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 Gu master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world. Even a huge clan like Tai clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Xueleng. A man whose fame spread throughout the southern border. He could be said to be a banner of Tai clan. Tai Xueleng's death was a loss to the whole Tai clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving, Tai Ruanan, as Tai Xueleng's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe-takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Xueleng fell, but Tai Ruanan slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanan's fame spread far and wide. Even Tai Dao Ku, who lived far away in Shangclan City, heard of her deeds. Tai clan and Shangclan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanan could not obtain the position of Tai clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well deserved. Be it Tai Ruanan's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Dao Ku's respect. Tai Mu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanan waved her hand and said. Tai Mu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing Gu master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Dao Ku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Tai Mu reported, "His eyes are crippled, this subordinate is useless. To heal it, a rank 5 Gu master is needed." He was being humble. He was only 28 years old but had already reached rank 3 peak stage, an elite of Tai clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master and her forces had expanded rapidly, gathering many elites under her. Tai Mu was only one of them. In Shangclan City there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder Gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Shangclan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Shangclan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a hand blade Gu. He was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master, please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand. No rush, bring me to Nanqiu Garden. Didn't your information say that Fang and Bai are staying in Nanqiu Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruanan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruanan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruanan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later she was given the cold shoulder. Sorry, my 2 masters are cultivating in the secret room. Nanqiu Garden's doorman said politely. What, are you afraid? You want to be a coward? Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shang clan, he was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai clan, she would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. No matter. I asked the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters, we will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card, but my two masters are in closed cultivation, we do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight. The doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai clan came again, but they were rejected again. I think that Feng and Bai are afraid of young master's might, they are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength targeted at us. Tai clan guessed their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these two really think they were big shots? Even Shang clan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. Don't be impatient, we will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruanan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nanxiu Garden's doors were still shut. Tai clan's emotions were at its peak, they almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruanan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Feng Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruanan? Hearing the servant's report, Feng Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Xueling's daughter, but did she not die on Qing Mao Mountain? When Tai Xueling flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan, Feng Yuan was fighting with Bai Ningbing, and his vision was obscured by the white form immortal snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense. There was no time to relax. Until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Feng Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan again. Thus, in Feng Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai clan's father and daughter had died on Qing Mao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruanan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai clan's young master. Feng Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruanan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qing Mao Mountain, she had interacted with him in Guiyue Fangjing, she was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life, and the development environment that Shang Clan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruanan, was someone that Feng Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shang Clan City, Feng Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak. If it was in my previous life when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, and the speed of his growth was shocking, if he killed Tai Ruanan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world and he was only rank 3. Feng Yuan quickly collected his thoughts. Killing was the most direct method, but since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qing Mao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruanan does not know either. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qing Mao Mountain. Then the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Guiyue Fangjing. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, how can I make up for it? In Shang Yanfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Feng Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory, he considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage I will sell the Blood Skull Gu to Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei has been collecting the Blood Sea True Inheritance. If I sell the Blood Skull Gu to him, he can raise Shang Xanxi's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xanci so much for her, he did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven Gu, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the Blood Skull Gu, Feng Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull goo. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think. According to Tai clan's reaction, Tai Ruanen should not know I have blood skull goo. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Guyue's desolate in physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Dao Ku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fang Jing was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again it would be like this. Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fang Jing were twin brothers, they looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father Tai Shueleng died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan, but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high nose bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ning Bing or Shang Xnci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Fang Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Fang Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then, the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Fang Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land, there is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Fang Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze. He couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Fang Jing, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruanan changed the topic. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained, I know about Tai Dao Ku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap? You were courting death, how can you blame me? A life for a life, isn't that right? Tai Ruanan's expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. If that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered, Tai Ruanan, after so many things happened, you and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter. The reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruanan was frank. The purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang Clan City. Once you leave Shang Clan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Vao Gu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Vao Gu again? In truth, Fang Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Fang Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Fang Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Fang Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Guiyue Desolate Yin physique? Fang Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait. No wonder at that time clan leader Guyu Bo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Fang Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruanan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Fangjing, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fang Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more since you already know why ask me. But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruanan's gaze pressured him. Fang Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan could not force him any further and said faintly, Do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son but his parents are not around, my enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruanan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Fang Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Fang Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Fang Yuan is my brother after all, he is already dead, what else do you want? Tai Ruanan's eyes lit up. I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter, and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guiyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance, so my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fang Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, I would have used it long ago, otherwise why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions, it is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fangjing, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me, let me make up for some of my regrets. Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruanan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a Gu with overflowing blood qi, it was once used for long-range attacks. But after you changed to Strength Path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Fang Yuan was stunned before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the Blood Sea inheritance but purposely hid it? You should be referring to this Gu, right? Fang Yuan willed and took out the Blood Moon Gu from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruanan. This is my clan's Blood Moon Gu, didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining Gu in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many Gu died of hunger, only this Blood Moon Gu was left because it was easy to feed. Fang Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruanan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruanan inspected the Blood Moon Gu before her expression relaxed. So it was like this, your clan leader put in a lot of effort to leave behind a fire seed, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself, it is truly a magnificent feat. Fang Yuan snorted, so I have to live on and rebuild Guiyue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruanan looked at Fang Yuan. She was only sighing but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change, this was very normal. Fang Yuan looked at her calmly, people change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruanan shook her head, I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruanan spoke, I will bring Tai Dao Ku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan, Many people succeeded because of this. I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Fang Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruanan was not simple, and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruanan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Daoku away. Fang Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Daoku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert. His battle strength could not be underestimated. And now he was recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated. Leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition. It was because Tai Ruanan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing. They were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage. As long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude, and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. In comparison, even though Fang and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Fang and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She had vast resources. Fang and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The 3 kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain were such shortcuts and shortcuts. Spring came and went, autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly. Another year passed. Nanxiu Garden's secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining goo. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange and green light floated in the air. It was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength goo go. Following Fang Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength goo caused the 3-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally there were only 3 colors in the ball of light: red, orange and green. Now there was an ink black color. The 4 colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other, and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the 4-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom! Suddenly there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a 4-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Fang Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the goo refinement failure. It made Fang Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength goo cannot be bought. Fang Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength goo was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shang Clan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shang Clan City, and was in charge of the shops in Shang Clan City. When Fang Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength goo, Shang Yizi secretly tried to stop Fang Yuan. 2 years ago, when Fang Yuan came to Shang Clan City, he tried to extort Shang Yizi. Thus, there was a conflict between them. Shang Yizi relied on Bai Gu inheritance to pass the clan test, and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although due to the poison Vao Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was after all Shang Yanfei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Fang Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang Clan's esteemed guests. But they were still outsiders and could not compare to Shang Yizi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength goo, Fang Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength goo was too low. Including today's round, Fang Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost brown bear innate strength goo, galloping horse strength goo, green bull labor goo, and stone tortoise strength goo. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials and large amounts of yuan stone. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage, and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Fang Yuan sighed. Gu refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Gu master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with. But because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, Gu refinement masters would often be bedridden due to Gu refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no Gu that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare, and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Fang Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Fang Yuan's battle strength, especially in a battle between experts. These minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Fang Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the Gu refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Fang Yuan calmly waited, and after a while he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress, and had fought her way to third inner city, forming a set of Gu worms. She and Fang Yuan were neck and neck with few defeats. They were known as the two rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The two did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat, and stretched out her palm, placing it on Fang Yuan's back, injecting snow-silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation, and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. 4 hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence, and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic Gu, and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's vital Gu, a rank 6 Gu. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time, the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone-Flesh Unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process she did not speak a single word, and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered, when I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared, and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow-gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, and she has the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Ju Feng Mountain. Ju clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Ju clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength Gu in this auction. Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang clan city. Young Master Shang Yizi is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength Gu. Zhu clan village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Zhu clan village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength Gu was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength Gu. Zhu clan village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Jufeng Mountain are strong all year round. Although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation, the environment is terrible. The Zhu family storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What, this Zhu clan has a bitter strength Gu? In a study room, Shang Yizi frowned. In one hand he held a document, which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good, I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength Gu. Even father is paying attention to this auction, I cannot interfere. But, Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength Gu. I can also participate in the auction. With me stopping you, I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Shang Yizi could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted and extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Zhu clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Zhu clan village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Zhu clan village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Zhu clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shang clan city to seek refuge with Shang clan. Prices in Shang clan city were expensive. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their assets. To Zhu clan this was a huge disaster. To others this was a rare opportunity. Zhu clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Zhu family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shang clan city. 7 days later the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people. The spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Zhu clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Zhu clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently. Zhu clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude. So many Zhu clan clansmen entering Shang clan city, it will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shang clan city. Someone looked further. At this time a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shang clan young master Shang Qionyou. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qionyou walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings, young master Qionyou. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master. We are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qionyou. Everyone is well. Shang Qionyou did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house. The crowd calmed down. But not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The 4th child, Shang Chao Feng. His hair was still messy and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, He was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Chaofeng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position and was Shang Xanxi's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter. He was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming, they complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shang clan city. The wings were formed. Right now they were the third largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi entered the private room, another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pulao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi walked in together while talking and laughing. These three were ranked 8th, 9th and 10th among Shang Yanfei's children. Because of benefits they formed a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. Shang Pulao was in charge of all the brothels in Shang clan city. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fushi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fushi was short and fat. He was also a strength path Gu master. His core Gu was the tortoise fetus Gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi had great martial strength, while Shang Pulao was talented in literature. They were the leaders of the three. 2 martial strength and 1 literature. They had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pulao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yanfei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters, there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qiunyou. He was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pulao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. These 3 had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yizi was a lone wolf. He was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qiwen was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Paixio had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xinci ascend. I cannot compete with the 3 factions. Although Shang Xinci can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture. Her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xinci was Shang Yanfei's illegitimate son. Her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xinci's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yanfei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xinci will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xinci, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xinci to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yanfei's children. Since he could not compete with the 3 factions, he had to target others. This point. Not long after Fang Yuan entered Shang clan city, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xinci arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The 2 beauties of Shang clan. So beautiful. Young Master Shang Qiwen was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xinci, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xinci and Shang Qiwen held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qiwen was dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was like a peach blossom. She was charming and gentle. Shang Xinci was dressed in a green dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink. Elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the two there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xn's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xnci and Shang Qiwen walked straight to Fang Yuan's private room. "Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun?" Shang Xnci greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yanfei had used man-triumphing heaven gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years he had used many precious gu to raise Shang Xn's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D-grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C-grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B-grade aptitude. Shang Yanfei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xnci could feel his deep fatherly love. The gap between them had mostly disappeared and she felt blissful. Shang Yanfei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xnci lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yanfei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qiwen on the way. "Fang Yuan, I came uninvited, you won't chase me away, right?" Shang Qiwen laughed delicately, following Shang Xnci into the private room. "How would I dare, please sit." Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side, hearing the commotion. She did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qiwen curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, "Rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true." Next she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to Third Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qiunyou, Shang Pulao and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these two to be able to walk together, birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qiwen was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the 2 rank 4 gu masters Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang Clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qiwen, had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. "Brother He Tu, long time no see, how are you? I heard you fought with Ting Jiulong's gu master." Shang Xnci sat beside Fang Yuan, her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "It has only been 10 days since we last met. Why do you say long time no see?" "As for Ting Jiulong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now, in this battle stage, only Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu are a threat to me, the others are nothing." Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. "Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, White Light Swordsman," someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. "I have already inquired, the bitter strength gu you want is the 13th auction item. But Shang Yizi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, brother Fangzhen." Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private room should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang Clan. He controlled Shang Clan's largest intelligence agency, Wind Rain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time Shang Yizi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yizi, there are 2 others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuanxi, the other is Zhu Kaibei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Baishi had Tortoise Fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a Strength Path Gu master not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City's substitute training company. Even though it did not have much oil money, his 8th brother Shang Pulao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuanxi was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Baishi wanted bitter strength Gu as allies, Shang Pulao and Shang Baishi would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kaibei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level and was the strongest person in the battle stage of 3rd Inner City. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family he would be the head of the clan. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yen Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yen Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master with the same title as Zhu Kaibei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yen Tu was a fire path Gu master, he would not have any designs on bitter strength Gu. But Zhu Kaibei was a genuine strength path Gu master, he had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yen Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of Yuan stone in his hands. Therefore both Shang Baishi and Zhu Kaibei were Fang Yuan's competitors. Brother, I have some extra money here, take it. Next, Wei Yang gave Fang Yuan a primeval elder Gu. Shang Qiwen couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Fang Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light-type Gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the Yuan stone to Fang Yuan for Fang Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder Gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 Yuan stone inside the primeval elder Gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that Gu worm of his own accord. Brother Wei, you are. Fang Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time, he showed a moved expression. Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future. Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Fang Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder Gu to Fang Yuan. Shang Xanci also took out a primeval elder Gu. Brother He Tu, this is mine. On her primeval elder Gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the Yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xanci's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Fang Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. I will accept all of this, I will definitely repay you in the future. Fang Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the Yuan stone. Shang Xanci smiled lightly, not caring about Fang Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these Yuan stones to Fang Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Fang Yuan's personality, he would not accept her direct gift, so she could only borrow it. That's right. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Fang Yuan, and especially admired Fang Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Shang Qiuwen hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder Gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. Look, Zhu Kaibei is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life, he was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Zhu Kaibei, a rank 4 Gu master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd Inner City battle stage. Senior Zhu, my young master Shang Yizi invites you to the 5th private room for a chat. Sir Zhu Kaibei, my young master Pu Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room. Sir Zhu Kaibei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation, please accept it. At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Zhu Kaibei. But Zhu Kaibei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the first row of the hall. The servants looked at each other and left helplessly. Time passed. After Zhu Kaibei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, his appearance was ordinary but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue splitting his face into 2 parts. From the bridge of his nose, it was split into 2 colors. He is Shang Buli, to think he is here. Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected. Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shang Buli, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yanfei's #1 general, He had rank 4 cultivation, and had control of ice and fire goo worms. He was Shang clan's #1 official, and also the Shang clan leader in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shang Buli's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang Clan City, but as the #1 official, Shang Buli controlled all of Shang Clan's slave trade. Shang Buli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time an unhappy voice came from behind. Shang Buli's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one, who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shang Buli heard this, his heart shook, he shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou, I Shang Buli greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white, her face was covered with a white veil, people could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shang Buli did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang Clan. She was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shang Buli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shang Buli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shang Buli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. He could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yen Tu, who was on par with Zhu Kai Bei, Shang Yanfei's 5th General Yi Hua, Yi Bu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Luan Feng and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank 4 Gu worm shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice, its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Zhu Clan Village. Just like Guyue Village, they had collected many Gu worms that were not related to Moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 Gu masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female Gu master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the Gu master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ning Bing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female Gu master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid. 120,000. Shang Yizi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ning Bing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Shang Yizi continued, 140,000. Bai Ning Bing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yizi trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ning Bing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Shang Yizi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a Frost Arrow Gu. Humph, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Shang Yizi laughed coldly, not bidding any more. Although Bai Ning Bing bought the Frost Arrow Gu, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time Shang Yizi is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look, this is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female Gu master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious Gu refinement material. Its living environment is special, it needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 gu refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone. The auction starts now. The female gu master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The price continued to rise. Many people participated in the bidding. Most of them were professional gu refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare. Even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk, it only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Shang Yizi immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow, this is the 8th auction item. During this period I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Shang Yizi every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item. Next is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind gu, a rank 4 movement gu. It allows the gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of gu movement type gu were very outstanding. Chasing wind gu is a rank 4 gu, it can greatly increase a gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price, Shang Yizi immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, chasing wind gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing wind gu contained the Dao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, chasing wind gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 immortal wind gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only chasing wind gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use immortal wind gu, 7-star gu and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel, gu. Dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel and wine god travel, they were known as the 4 great movement gu. These 4 gu were all rank 5 gu. Among them, dream travel could allow a gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable gu, but it could allow a gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine god travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Let's not talk about it here. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the 2 recipes of carefree travel gu and fixed immortal travel gu. Among them, fixed immortal travel gu was what Fang Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. Bitter Strength Gu. The female gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this bitter strength gu, no one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female gu master made a bid, Fang Yuan had already shouted. Fang Yuan's words made Zhu Kai Bei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Fang Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice it should be Guiyue Fangzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a bitter strength Gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage, his wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some strength path Gu masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the bitter strength Gu and wanted to try it, but who could have expected Fang Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female Gu master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, but strength path Gu worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence, and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than chasing wind Gu. To think that Fang Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kai Bei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other Gu worms, they were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the two young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000, it is not worth it. Forget it, let Fangzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Fang Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the two competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female Gu master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered, Fangzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fangzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fangzheng has the purple thorn token. He is Shang clan's esteemed guest. He is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city. He is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Fang Yuan shouted, Shang Yizi, you lost to me, you are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Shang Yizi immediately retorted, bullshit, let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang clan city. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Shang Yizi became enemies with Fang Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yizi lost to Fang Yuan in a battle, thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yizi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fangzheng is a lawless person. It would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Shang Yizi and Fangzheng went to Qin Yan brothel together. They were interested in the top lady and you. But in the end, Fangzheng succeeded, thus Shang Yizi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, look, Miss Yu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her. Thus, everyone looked at Lady Yu with questioning gazes. Lady Yu was stunned. She did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Yu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady Yu like Fangzheng? Why? Because Shang Yizi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fangzheng is full of energy. Every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort Gu. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. Such a man, which girl would not like him? Oh. Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together, their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Yu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous, I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Jing, with me here today you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Shang Yizi laughed proudly. He added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000, what's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Shang Yizi hesitated. I know what I am doing. Fang Jing is determined to get the bitter strength goo. When Fang Jing raises the price again, I will raise it again and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, that is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger, this is really delightful, ha. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time I will let you go, you can have the bitter strength goo. Servant. Chapter 313. Haha, Shang Yizi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fang Jing, you did not buy the bitter strength goo, are you really fine? At the side, Shang Xnci also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength goo, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this goo. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000, it is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high and brother He too will be injured. Shang Xnci said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. He had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. This Fang Jing played Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength goo. The crowd's eyes were bright. Shang Yizi is an idiot, he is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Jing acted really well, even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight. Shang Yizi is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge, thus he kept bidding. But Fang Jing did not get what he wanted, both were losers. Thus the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy, one bitter strength goo sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous Lady Yu. Shang Yizi threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the 5th private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Shang Yizi sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fang Jing. 810,000, he bought a bitter strength goo, he had no use for it. Shang Yizi felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Jing, if not for the poison Vow Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Shang Yizi screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 28th, a wave of bidding war erupted. The atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere goo. The female goo master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind goo's shape was like a butterfly, it had a pair of azure blue wings and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere goo was a very special goo. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind, it was a natural goo. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other goo worm recipes trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural goo worms trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new goo worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere goo not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, goo masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs, after the goo master used the atmosphere goo, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and goo masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, goo masters found that atmosphere goo was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere goo, they changed their habit of brewing wine, and had more food. The clan grew stronger. Atmosphere goo could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history there was a famous example. Two clans fought, the weaker side used atmosphere goo, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female goo masters' battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of goo. There were all sorts of goo worms. The female goo master gave a long introduction, saying, "Atmosphere goo, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone. 300,000. E-clan elder Bu Hui was the first to bid. 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Wanfeng did not back down. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Fengyu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere goo to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Feng Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Shang Yizi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for one atmosphere goo? Fangjing, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000. If he spent another 500,000 he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female goo master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere goo was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangjing, this atmosphere goo can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xnci had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the two elders from E clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000. It is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this goo. Feng Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. What, you also want to rebuild Guyue village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Feng Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere goo. Earlier he had thought Feng Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Feng Yuan smiled, not explaining much. So secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Feng Yuan's style. She knew he had a motive, and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere goo was a set of eating wind goo. 38 eating wind goo were combined into one set and auctioned together. Eating wind goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, but it was very useful. It allowed goo masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Jiu clan village was located on Jiu Feng mountain, and specialized in wind-type goo worms. Eating wind goo was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44, Feng Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type goo, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado goo. Just as Feng Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a goo worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female goo master slowly introduced. Next she added, this recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet. This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious goo refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully. Because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female goo master was experienced, she purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female goo master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of goo is too famous, it is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's core goo. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Jiu clan village had such a collection. The crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female goo master continued, I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a goo worm. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female goo master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang clan values integrity, this recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Jiu clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere, it is too awkward. That was close, luckily Fang Jing asked. The most important thing is whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Jiu clan, it must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some goo masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Jiu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years, it had deep foundations. These Jiu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together, don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fang Jing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved goo and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved goo was like a ladybug the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved goo was a storage-type goo. It was similar to a bookworm storing information. Heart-engraved goo could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved goo only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved goo and so on. The heart-engraved goo that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots, it meant this heart-engraved goo was a rank 4 goo. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved goo. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved goo, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now, it will save me the trouble of refining it again. All right. Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved goo let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will. The flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main goo worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps as well as the things to take note of during the refinement were all there. These contents, Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved goo deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the heavenly essence treasure lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some goo to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a heavenly yuan treasure lotus in my hands. However, although the heavenly origin treasure lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the blood skull goo. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my goo worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white-silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fang Jing has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xinci was also thinking but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Goo Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Goo Masters about their Goo Worms. Goo Worms were the foundation of a Goo Master. They were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Goo Worms were exposed, the Goo Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Goo Masters could not ask each other's Goo Worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength goo and bought atmosphere goo. Why? Bai Ning Bing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 goo worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xinci sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the goo the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a bitter strength goo. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength goo since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xinci really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xinci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that bitter strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength goo. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xinci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ning Bing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ning Bing." Meh. Bai Ning Bing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xinci, his expression turning solemn. Xinci, do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xinci did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xinci smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high and his force is strong, can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xn's words were flat and not impassioned at all. But everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qiwen also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xnci for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xnci, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xnci had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Ah, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xnci to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xn's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xnci was kind-hearted, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong. Other than for herself, she wanted to give happiness to the people around her. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xinci will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children and there is only one young master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Shang Xinci. But in her heart she did not think so. Shang Xn's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Shang Xnci into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage in a way was also a disadvantage. Shang Xnci was isolated, and even Shang Qiwen was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Shang Xnci to become Shang clan young master, and the chances were slim. Fang Yuan was well aware of Shang Xn's disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xnci only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life Shang Xnci was alone, but in this life she had Fang Yuan's help. Xnci, don't worry, with our help there is no need for next year, you will become young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang Qiwen smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Fang Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangjing, this matter concerns the battle for Shang clan young master. It is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ning Bing. Fang Yuan laughed. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Bai Ning Bing. As the focal point, Bai Ning Bing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 315. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength Gu. In the study room, Shang Yizi looked at the Gu worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this Gu. But he had to endure it. This bitter strength Gu was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Shang Yizi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength Gu was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Shang Yizi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in front of everyone. Now he had become a laughing stock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master. Your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Shang Yizi's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything. But this made Shang Yizi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently, I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fang Jing, you dare to go against me, you dare to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light as he started to think of ways to scheme against Fang Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered? What is this? Get in here. Shang Yizi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang Clan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fang Jing for Lady and you, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fang Jing a lesson. Missing you? The top girl from Qinyan brothel? What nonsense. Shang Yizi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fang Jing had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment, you had made false accounts. What? Shang Yizi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. What? Shang Yizi was extremely shocked, his mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules, even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Shang Yizi was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fang Jing, no one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Shang Yizi mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nanqiu Garden Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big, on both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion there was a chessboard stone table with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black, his eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes, her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece and looked outside the pavilion at the lake. This Shang Yizi is so stupid, his reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry, I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Shang Yizi panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago you already wanted to harm Shang Yizi, didn't you? You just endured until now. When the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled and put down a piece, answering, Shang Yizi is a petty person, he will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Shang Xnci has just arrived, and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Shang Yizi, we will push Shang Xnci up, she will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore, a blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan's schemes were linked to each other, they were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Shang Yizi was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fangjing, where are you? Come out. Shang Yizi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Shang Yizi easily found Fang and Bai. Fangjing, you still have the time to play chess? Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this? Shang Yizi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, if I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Shang Yizi. Don't you remember that we used the poison Vao Gu together? Shang Yizi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right, if Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Shang Yizi was stunned, his calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust. He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger, his gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. You want to fight here? Fight me? Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, her beautiful face was cold as ice, her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost in the battle stage, I also have the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Shang Yizi's face twitched, he gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage and lived like a prince, he was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. Fangjing, you betrayed us, you will die a horrible death. How did she know about our deal? No, you betrayed the poison vow, why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison Vao Gu? Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really. Fang Yuan shook his head. The content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret, we cannot leak it to an unknown third party. But before the poison Vao Gu, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party? Just looking at this sentence there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison Vao Gu, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact he had already expected it, thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison Vao Gu, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly, the more he scolded Fang Yuan the angrier he got. Ah! He roared, finally unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew, the stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back, he felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time, if the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Ah. Fangjing, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, I will pull out your tendons, skin you and peel off every inch of your flesh. Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished, the Internal Affairs Hall is investigating, you will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right, his young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it, he had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fang Jing, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanxiu Garden was to find Fang Jing to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These two bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood. Eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me? Shang Yizi could not accept this, he could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression. He saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength goo from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap. But I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far. How did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But a mere Shang Clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave, I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground. Motionless. Like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat, he was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around. And it reminded him that the bitter strength goo was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength goo. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength goo, I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength goo to Fang Jing, what am I? I will be the laughing stock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength goo, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fang Jing and me? I can't accept this, but in the end I am buying a goo for Fang Jing. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fang Jing, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now I have to hand the bitter strength goo to him. Am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength goo is not the key now. The key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yizi's thoughts were running wild, his ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face, his gaze was wavering and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knew the time had come. Shang Yizi, I told you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Never mind, look at your pitiful state, I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go. I heard that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Shang Yizi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength goo in his aperture, and held it with his trembling hands. Fang Jing, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength goo, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty. But it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Shang Yizi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength goo? Bai Ningbing stopped and looked at it. This bitter strength goo was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body, its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed and said, Shang Yizi, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength goo? Although bitter strength goo is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want? Fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I Gua Fangjing, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Shang Yizi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Shang Yizi quickly said, I, Shang Yizi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangjing. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, goo worms, and goo refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop. I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Shang Yizi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Shang Yizi not only gave out the bitter strength goo and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew this was Shang Yizi's delaying tactic. Shang Yizi was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength goo first. I need time to consider. Eventually Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Shang Yizi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride, and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first. In the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shang Yizi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangjing, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Shang Yizi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, All right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, When I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later. In the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave-capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangjing by Ningbing. Shang Yanfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master. 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xanci, but in Shang Yanfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane goo immediately flew out. Plotting against my son as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment. Of course, it is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane goo's speed was extremely fast. It flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fangjing and Bai Ningbing and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room there were 2 people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The 2 looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu, 2 rank 4 goo masters. Weren't these 2 arch-enemies? If others were to see the 2 of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These 2 people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. They dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was they were Shang Yanfei's hidden pawns. Shang clan rules stated that as long as a goo master can dominate Shang clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanshio Garden's Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber there was only silence. But in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity goo. Rank 3 goo masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful, thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane, light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly like water condensing into ice, no longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic goo. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox, he is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Shang Yizi, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xnci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yanfei's methods. Just yesterday Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half sky of the battle stage. When the two half skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yen Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead he snickered. You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yen Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white-silver relic goo. This goo was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white-silver relic goo was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price to Fang Yuan at that time was out of reach. Relic goo series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a goo master's realm by a small realm and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable and there were no repercussions. Goo worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white-silver relic goo without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture goo, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain, this time Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed and soon it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating goo masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the 2 main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. Little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang. A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Goo. Pill Fire Goo. Almost at the same time, Bai Ning Bing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in mid-air. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ning Bing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ning Bing's icicle goo was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill fire goo was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail goo and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tu's day. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the two could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the two dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ning Bing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle. But Bai Ning Bing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ning Bing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xnci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The 3 were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ning Bing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ning Bing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan exposed Bai Ning Bing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ning Bing. Shang Xinci sighed. Right now she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yan Fei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the 3 were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ning Bing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ning Bing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers like an eagle's claw and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ning Bing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ning Bing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Qin knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tu's day. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ning Bing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo, its effect was much better than Bai Ning Bing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ning Bing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ning Bing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ning Bing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ning Bing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, The fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tu's day. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. The battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the 2 flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do 3 things at once, although he was only controlling these 2 flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Goo was a rank 4 Goo. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Goo, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Goo and defensive Goo were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Goo master, and this set of Goo worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Goo masters had limited primeval essence. There was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Goo and defensive Goo that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Goo worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These 2 flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Goo and Frost Arrow Goo were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Goo and flaming snake Goo. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting. But Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Chang Xinci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice crystal goo. She brazenly used her vital goo, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive-type goo master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack. Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. "Oh little girl, you are going to risk your life." Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. "Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts." Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path goo master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement goo, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement goo again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air and the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path goo master. But this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. "I can't hit this old man, I can only use that move to change the situation." Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Ice Blade Storm appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms. The sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality goo turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality goo had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own, no need to control it. Whirlwind goo. Tornado goo. Bai Ningbing used these two goo one after another. Whirlwind goo was also a movement-type goo, but it only increased the goo master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the tornado goo was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice Blade Goo, Ice Crystal Goo, Whirlwind Goo, Dragon Favor. Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath Goo. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the ice blade storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move, this is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many Gu did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xianxi's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, this move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yen Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several Gu worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the Gu worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all Gu masters had. Only those Gu masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, this move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yen Tu was extremely experienced and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yen Tu was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect. Even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yen Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil Gu. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yen Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil Gu. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The Ice Blade Storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The Ice Blade Storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the Ice Blade Storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire Snake Gu. Yen Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. She and Yen Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of two extremes, ice and fire. The two fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the Ice Blade Storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yen Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the Ice Blade Storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yen Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill, in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen Tu to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill be more powerful and majestic? Or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the Ice Blade Storm, its 2 fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the Ice Blade Storm. The white Ice Blade Storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the 2 fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen Tuesday. The 2 fire dragons attacked again and again but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the Ice Blade Storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed, it cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, he was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on, she had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This Ice Blade Storm was her first time practicing, her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The Ice Blade Storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot, this was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath. The tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement Gu to change the situation. But she was already multitasking, reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted, she had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the Ice Blade Storm, maybe when the wind momentum is stronger there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated, the predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic Ice Blade Storm and the terrifying Orange Sea of Fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The Sea of Fire burned fiercely, the two orange fire dragons fought against the Ice Blade Storm. They failed again and again but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang Clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. They were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the Ice Blade Storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing Sea of Fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up and the grass turned to ashes. But the Fire Dragon's might was still there. They not only had the Sea of Fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the Ice Blade Storm. But suddenly the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Gu, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The Ice Blade Storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant he lost a Fire Snake Gu and 2 Fire Claw Gu. The Ice Blade Storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the Ice Crystal Gu, and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence, and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tu's day. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your Ice Crystal Gu, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted and straightforwardly handed over the Ice Crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice Crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the Ice Crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 Ice Crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xnci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity. If Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Goo, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Goo was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Goo was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Goo. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Goo, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful. Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shang Clan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital goo and is injured, the ice crystal goo is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fang Jing and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanqiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xnci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xnci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xnci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal goo. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path goo master. If brother He Tu loses all-out effort goo, Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal goo, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort goo, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining goo in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage goo master. Comparable to Yen Tuesday, Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the goo refinement succeeds, with the help of that goo, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the goo refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine goo. First, inner city. In the study there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tuesday. Shang Yanfei watched the entire battle from start to finish. Only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital goo and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time she would definitely surpass Yen Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xnci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fang Jing's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But, I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Jing is a strength path Gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to XINCI. Shang Yin Fei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kai Bei. This is for you. Zhu Kai Bei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass goo. If I don't have this goo, I cannot choose the all-out effort goo. Saying so, Zhu Kai Bei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo. This legendary goo was extremely attractive to a strength path goo master like him. But Shang Yin Fei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fang Jing until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kai Bei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled, Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang clan's hidden elders, we have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kai Bei nodded his head heavily and sighed, speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic goo master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kai Bei chuckled, Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic goo masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic goo masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic goo masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the goo's food, yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic goo masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength, their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sai, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kai Bei fiercely cursed. For some reason the two said it at the same time. After saying so they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic goo masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time, you are covered in dust. Zhu Kai Bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually Zhu Kai Bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This Bai Ning Bing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two. If she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Zhu Kai Bei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Zhu Kai Bei's shoulder. That Fang Jing is as famous as Bai Ning Bing. They came to Shang clan city together and lived together. Their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu, some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ning Bing's strength, Fang Jing is definitely not weak. Brother Zhu, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest, you need to be careful. Zhu Kai Bei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. A hard chi goo. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Ju. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this goo you can make up for your weakness. This goo is precious and not commonly seen, you need to feed it well. Ju Kai Bei nodded. After keeping the hard chi goo, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard chi goo and not strength chi goo. If I had strength chi goo, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change. It would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared, strength chi goo is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi goo. Don't be greedy. Ju Kai Bei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path goo worms could be transformed into formless goo worms. Their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 goo masters cultivated chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline. This was the law of nature. Chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Ju Kai Bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation. His reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly, and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Chi-wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Ju Kai Bei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fang Jing win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Jing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Ju Kai Bei. Fang Jing is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than Bai Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Ju Kai Bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Jing is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd. Even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xinci. The young masters of Shang Clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time there were almost no spectators and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xinci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xinci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang Clan City. No one knew the identities of Ju Kai Bei and Yen Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang Clan's external elder. Shang Yan Fei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity. In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kaibei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic Pathgu masters, and was one of Shang Yanfei's capable generals. On his body the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now and was using breath concealment goo. From the looks of it he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago he had refined that goo, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic goo master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if, and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kaibei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang. The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort go. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its 4 hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fang Yuan activated vertical crash goo. Swoosh. He charged towards Zhu Kaibei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kaibei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fang Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fang Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kaibei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, 2 tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into 2 pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kaibei's chest. But the wound did not bleed, instead it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fang Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kaibei did not dodge. Instead he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fang Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The 2 shoulders collided fiercely. Fang Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kaibei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kaibei was not Fang Jing's match? All-out effort goo's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fang Jing suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fang Yuan attacked. Breath concealment goo's effect was broken. The aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out, and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kaibei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. But soon it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon, it covered Ju Kai Bei's arms, waist and abdomen. This was the effect of Ju Kai Bei continuously activating the ivory white armor goo. Ivory white armor goo was a rank 4 goo worm. It had strong defense. But its weakness was, it needed to grow for a period of time, it had no ductility. When the battle ended, the goo master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier he did not use golden shield goo, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon. These three complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path goo masters had high requirements for defense goo. The collision just now was just a small test. This Ju Kai Bei has great strength. He is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Ju Kai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Ju Kai Bei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had detailed information on Ju Kai Bei. He knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength goo. All-out effort goo was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path goo masters had developed habitual strength goo. Habitual strength goo's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength goo. Strength accumulation goo could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time the goo master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength goo was refined into habitual strength goo, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength goo, Ju Kai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Ju Kai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Ju Kai Bei's chest, while Ju Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back. They were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Ju Kai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor. There were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Ju Kai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Ju Kai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Ju Kai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 goo worms. Just one ivory white armor goo was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick. Both sides exchanged blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Jing is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Ju Kai Bei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Ju Kai Bei had habitual strength goo. The longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say who can kill him at the early stage. He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor goo as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Jing can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 goo master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xnci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Oh! Suddenly the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Ju Kai Bei. Dragon Elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood. Its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Goo, Green Bull Labor Goo and others, which were also rank 3 Goo. Since Ju Kai Bei became a rank 4 Goo master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment he raised his arms. All-out Gu, stone tortoise strength. Behind him a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Zhu Kai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Zhu Kai Bei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Zhu Kai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars and copper skin was still very strong. Zhu Kai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength Gu, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Zhu Kai Bei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Jing did not restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Zhu Kai Bei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kai Bei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort Gu. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength Gu, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength Gu and black python coiling strength Gu, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength Gu, he did not use any other strength Gu. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kai Bei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Gu started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kai Bei's enormous strength. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kai Bei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, Zhu Kai Bei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kai Bei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Ow! Suddenly there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but Dragon Elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, 2 Dragon Elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kai Bei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem but Fang Jing himself. Fang Jing has the strength of 8 beasts, he is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort goo can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength goo is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort goo is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength goo accumulates and explodes. Brother He 2. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xn's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. Yee-ha! Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fang Jing talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank, he felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path life worse than death. You have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past, I don't even want to think about the past. A prodigal son is worth more than gold. I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled, a trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. It allowed Zhu Kaibei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kaibei's body. Zhu Kaibei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Oh! Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kaibei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. 2 beast phantoms, did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kaibei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei. At the same time in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the two strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kaibei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kaibei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time he took the initiative to dodge and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical Crash Gu's flaw was that when charging it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kaibei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Jing can shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, while Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu needs to recharge. Dodging was a wise move. Fang Jing is still too inexperienced. Although he has good Gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kaibei's. This attack was not handled well. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kaibei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort Gu. The two beast phantoms dissipated, the force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal Charge Gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close. Zhu Kaibei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort Gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kaibei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength Gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kaibei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Jing is actually suppressing Zhu Kaibei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort Gu is after all a legendary Gu, its power is miraculous, even rank 4 habitual strength Gu cannot compare to it. Fang Jing has already used all-out effort Gu to perfection. Although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kaibei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the two beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kaibei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fang Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical Crash Gu. Fang Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it. This time, Zhu Kaibei could not dodge in time, he could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Brr. Brr. Two dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fang Yuan crashed into Zhu Kaibei's body, causing Zhu Kaibei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. Two beast phantoms could suppress one dragon and elephant. But with two dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Zhu Kaibei breathed out. Fang Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kaibei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Zhu Kaibei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Zhu Kaibei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Zhu Kaibei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket, every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fang Yuan's will. In fact, when Fang Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fang Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu, sigh. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shang Yanfei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kaibei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Zhu Kaibei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait, why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fang Zheng. Zhu Kaibei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fang Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Zhu Kaibei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fang Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Zhu Kaibei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick ivory-white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fang Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3. Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Zhu Kaibei stared at Fang Yuan and squeezed out a word. Bitter Strength Gu. That's right, it was Bitter Strength Gu. Bitter Strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, a perfect match for Strength Path Gu masters. The more injured the Gu master was, the greater the pain they felt and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use. It depended on the Gu master's foundation. Fang Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him. The strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort Gu was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, after Fang Yuan was injured and used Bitter Strength Gu, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort Gu added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort Gu alone, Fang Yuan only had 1 bamboo pipe to draw water, thus he could only send out 1 beast phantoms. But now he was affected by his injuries and used the Bitter Strength Gu. It was like adding 2 new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort Gu, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that Bitter Strength Gu is on him. Didn't Shang Yizi buy this Gu in the auction? This Bitter Strength Gu, is it the one in Shang Yizi's hand? Yen Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fang Jing's Bitter Strength Gu is not Shang Yizi's, then in the auction he had no doubt played with Shang Yizi. If this Bitter Strength Gu was bought by Shang Yizi, then it is even more terrifying. Shang Yizi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fang Jing falsified accounts together. Maybe this Bitter Strength Gu is Fang Jing's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you need to control yourself. Yen Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kaibei's situation. Zhu Kaibei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort Gu, now it was Bitter Strength Gu. These 2 Gu were what he, Zhu Kaibei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had 2 Gu at such a young age. Such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With Bitter Strength Gu, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Zhu Kaibei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kai-bei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance goo. Self-reliance goo to Fang Yuan had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, self-reliance goo, the three formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using goo worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding, even the rank 4 Zhu Kai-bei would be at a disadvantage against this goo worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength goo, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength goo does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort goo, I can still choose bitter strength goo. Thinking of this, Zhu Kai-bei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort goo or bitter strength goo, they were extremely attractive to strength path goo masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage, I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence, moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kai-bei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The two began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kai-bei's ivory white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off, he restrained himself from using self-reliance goo, his whole body was lacerated and bleeding, his ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kai-bei's situation was even more dangerous. He was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yen Tu was only evenly matched with him. Junior, you are too arrogant. Zhu Kai-bei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. 3 Dragon Elephant. He suddenly erupted, the dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 dragon elephants suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle, the broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance goo. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together before activating the self-reliance goo. Very soon the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kai-bei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kai-bei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kai-bei's dragon travel tiger steps goo was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai-bei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength, one can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai-bei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kai-bei most of the time. However, Zhu Kai-bei was not weak either, his healing goo was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts goo, Dragon Form Tiger Steps goo, and Dragon Elephant goo, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant phantoms. Shang Xn's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent. Countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yin Fei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kai Bei's mind. If Fang Jing really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull goo and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Goo and Vertical Crash Goo. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xinci quickly looked over. Zhu Kai Bei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous. He spoke quickly and explained, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Jing can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kai Bei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Goo. Giant Spirit Body Goo. Giant Spirit Will Goo. 3 rank 4 Goo were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one, essence, chi and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kai Bei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times, his whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Goo Master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Goo Master controlling Goo Worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kai Bei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times. The strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless. Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Goo did not have the ability to extend. Ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment he is defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound. The surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move, he watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai Bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away, it was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed, sigh, Fang Jing lost, he lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack. This made Zhu Kai Bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack, he had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity, because just earlier he had used the hard Qi Gu. The hard Qi Gu turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact his defense was extremely tight, it could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Gu his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully he would definitely face Zhu Kai Bei's attacks, he would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kai Bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move, he only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Gu is formless, I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph, since you are not attacking I will. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move, to control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Zhu Kai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use dragon movement tiger steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Black Stone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Black Stone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Zhu Kai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be caught, Shang Xn's heart tightened. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. If he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now Zhu Kai Bei was strong, if Fang Yuan got close to him he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan's movement speed was slower than Zhu Kai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Jing, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei walked over, he knew that Fang Yuan had a blood moon Gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fang Jing is going to lose. So Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier, the spectators discussed. The situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Shang Xnci could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ningbing's gaze also dimmed. Yen suddenly laughed lightly. With Fang Yuan's defeat, Shang Yanfei's mission was completed. Unless Fang Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Zhu Kai Bei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu masters were mostly close-range fighters, their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had many intense battles, some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Zhu Kai Bei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Zhu Kai Bei, causing Zhu Kai Bei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Zhu Kai Bei was already very close to Fang Yuan, many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next he activated his Gu worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Dao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Zhu Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Zhu Kai Bei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, The 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit, the green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang bang bang, roar, boom boom boom. The 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Ju Kai Bei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Ju Kai Bei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Ju Kai Bei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Ju Kai Bei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Ju Kai Bei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted? He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude in heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Ju Kai Bei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor Gu, I might have already fainted. Ju Kai Bei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow-gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him, he had no way to escape. Ju Kai Bei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow-gold primeval essence left. He also had Yuan Stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from Yuan Stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier when Ju Kai Bei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Fang Yuan had some free time. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 yuan stones. This way, the number of Gu worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. Beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks. Since when did Strength Path Gu masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Shang XnC's eyes were wide open. She was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad. Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a Gu worm could it be? Yen Tu's expression was heavy. He could not help but think of the many times Ju Kai Bei had expressed his desire to obtain that Gu. What you used just now, was it Strength Chi Gu? Ju Kai Bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was Strength Chi Gu. Ju Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength Chi Gu, hee. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient Strength Path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Ju Kai Bei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of Strength Chi Gu from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the Strength Chi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless Strength Chi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the Strength Chi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the Strength Chi dissipated, The beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength Qi Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the strength Qi Gu was the rank 4 atmosphere Gu. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, strength Qi Gu, both were Qi path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Qi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength Qi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength Qi Gu, Zhu Kaibei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kaibei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kaibei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kaibei was clear about the weakness of strength Qi Gu. Strength Qi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow-silver primeval essence to produce enough strength Qi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow-silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kaibei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end, they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kaibei actually admitted defeat? Many people could not accept it. Fang Jing really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kaibei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now, even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Jing actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kaibei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kaibei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Jing. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Jing actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kaibei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Guyue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Jing is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Jing is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kaibei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kaibei's fall has allowed Fang Jing's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Jing defeated Zhu Kaibei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yen Tuesday. If he also defeats Yan Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kaibei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kaibei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fangjing has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fangjing's killer move. Zhu Kaibei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fangjing's Gu worms were simply too good, their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kaibei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fangjing's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Shang City for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of Gu worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one. Now many people call him and Bai Ning Bing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fangjing Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms. His battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path Gu master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army, his cultivation was at rank 5, he was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kaibei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 Gu master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Fang Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fangjing, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced Gu master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Fang Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fangjing have? Zhu Kaibei, Yan Tu, right? There is also Bai Ning Bing. However, Zhu Kaibei has already been asked for Giant Spirit Will by Fangjing. This move is really ruthless. Among the 3 Gu, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart and Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kaibei's killer move is incomplete. To Fangjing, the threat is greatly reduced. Yan Tu will be Fangjing's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kaibei are known as half the sky of the battle stage, their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fangjing can defeat Zhu Kaibei, and also has the strength Qi Gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks. His chances of winning against Yan Tu are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yan Tu, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age, what kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fangjing is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fangjing win. Bai Ning Bing and Fang Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden. This news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Fang Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fangjing give up such a good opportunity? External elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic Gu masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fangjing to give up? Demonic Gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy? Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic Gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic Gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic Gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yanfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kai Bei and Yan Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage. But such things could not be exposed. Shang Yanfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xnci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Jing is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xnci to ascend to the young master position, Fang Jing even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xnci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xnci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xnci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai and Shang Xnci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xnci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xnci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xnci, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes and a sharp gaze. Shang Xnci. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him, a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xnci has Fang and Bai's help. She will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fang Jing, you have to be careful. This person is sinister and crafty. I fell into his hands. Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued, I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years I will return. But before that I have something to give you. Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. Brother Yizi, you are. Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me. Shang Yizi sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train. He could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later. He might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Shang Yizi returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Brother Yizi, Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sai, we are brothers, how can we repay each other? Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Shang Yizi out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. Shang Yizi, you have a good plan. You want me to take care of your forces for you? Hee, then I will beat you at your own game. I will first take over your forces, then divide them. I will not return them. He saw through Shang Yizi's plan. 3 years? So many things can happen in 3 years. You really think you still have hope? So naive. So naive, no wonder Fang and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xnci. He muttered the name. When Shang Yizi stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xnci to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xnci's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xnci's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing. These two are really... Thinking of Fang and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder and went to help Shang Xnci. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons and went to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xnci win over these two? Her luck is really good, she easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fang Jing can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. These were 2 rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qianyo did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled the caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now, Shang Xnci had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips, thinking of something. His spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanxiu Garden, Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors. The rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai as well as Shang Xnci, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xnci, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor. There will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city. The entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xinci has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan and has great power. He is called Shang Yi Fan, and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xinci wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yi Fan will have at least 600,000. If Shang Xinci wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xinci has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member. She is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yi Fan with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xinci's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xinci with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xinci compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fang and Bai from behind. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while before suddenly asking, "I wonder what is the best result in Shang clan's history?" Wei Yang was slightly stunned. Of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused. But the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shangguai Kai. He has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent and business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Fang Yuan, she had her own will and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly. "All right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei. Those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded." Young master was the future of Shang clan. This was a huge matter. There was no room for carelessness. Shang Yizi was still a young master, but because of one false accounting he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yi Fan had the support of his mother's tribe. He could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide. He should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanqiu Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xinci, it showed his loyalty. Big brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xinci said. Fang Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times, it is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xinci's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, "Actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. What is it?" Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinci looked deeply at Fang Yuan, revealing everything. "I was inspired when I saw Brother Heitu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business." Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day. The atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense. We can make use of it. I've thought about it. We can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xinci smiled as she replied. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage. She had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu clan. Wu clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xinci was able to think of this. It was truly a pioneering idea. It showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth. Does Brother He too think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xinci, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xinci with rapt attention. Shang Xinci smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xinci believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan she was clear. Shang Xinci's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xinci's face showed curiosity. Then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. Sancha Mountain was located between the Zhou clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhou clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground, dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhou family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhou family's elder, Zhou Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhou Chanyu, his expression solemn. Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off. Zhou Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhou family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old, but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhou Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. Wanna leave? No way. Che clan's elder, Che Yuyin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. Today I, Che Yuyin, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground. His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him. Xiang Air, you are injured. When the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us. Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed. Father, I only suffered light injuries, it's nothing. I want to fight alongside you. She was very worried. The other party, Zhou Soundless, had been enemies with her father Che Yuyin for decades. Their strength was actually about the same. Although Zhou Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. Nonsense. Che Yuyin scolded in a low voice. Listen to father, this is an order. Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. Ha, he, hoo. This laughter was very strange. It made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Zhou Soundless or Che Yuyin, When they saw this person, their expressions changed. They felt no joy but instead fear and panic. "Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ri Tian." The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed. Especially Zhuo Chanyu and Che Xiaoxiang, they turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic Gu master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies, thus people called him the pink butterfly gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Zhuo tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes. Their two strongest forces, Che Yuyin and Zhuo Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence. They only had rank 3 cultivation. "Aha, hee, hoo. Yes, that's right, I'm Kong Ri Tian." Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into Gu worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once, the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zhuo tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ri Tian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ri Tian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close. Che Yuyin and Zhuo Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. "Chan Yu, my son. Jiao Xiang. Scoundrel, let go of my daughter." The eyes of the two elders were filled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. "Aha hee, ho. Kong Ri Tian laughed loudly towards the sky. His 2 hands, one in each hand, were holding 2 beauties. They were Che Xiaoxiang and Zhuo Chanyu. They were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ri Tian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ri Tian was most proficient in dealing with female Gu masters. "Today's harvest is not bad. To think I could see these 2 beauties here. Ah hee, ugh." Kong Ri Tian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of Sancha Mountain started to shake at once, rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. "What's going on? What's happening?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic, it will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ri Tian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance. It is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters. This is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shang Clan City. Nanxiu Garden Study Room. Placing a report on the table, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened. Counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since 3 kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xnci to the position of young master, I should immediately leave this place. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. He needed to make full use of his time. 3 kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Fang Yuan had taken were only 1. 3 kings' inheritance, however, had 3. If he could obtain all 3, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 Gu worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, 3 kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance. It was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Fang Yuan to go for now. The news of 3 kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those 3 pillars of light be concealed? Fang Yuan knew that these 3 pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances a certain standard was needed. This way I can buy dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo and exploding egg goo. Fang Yuan calculated. Before this he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these 3 goo from the market. But he was cautious and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of 3 kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. Not only Shang Xinc's 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xnci used all her funds to buy these 3 goo? In the study room Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo and rank 1 exploding egg goo. What is the use of buying these goo? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xnci entrusted the 100,000 goo to Fangjing. Although Fangjing has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms, because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you." "Old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 goo were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the goo master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement goo. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the goo master needed to possess a paper crane goo. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg goo. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 goo in bulk. Presently the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 goo master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 goo. But now these 3 goo in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xinc's hands. As long as one was not an idiot they could imagine it. Their business of selling goo worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xinci had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the Three Kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xinci had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the gu, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xinci. Young Master Yifan, this time the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them, we cannot use underhanded methods, we need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000, you still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian, she was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even gu masters, thus they did not care, they casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person, he killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 gu immortal. Thus the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 gu immortal's inheritance. They worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe, they left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots, they directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain with a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xn was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, he attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious, he did not make a move but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed on the ground, it was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan, no matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border, then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement goo. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in goo refinement. She developed a set of special goo worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane goo, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky, obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the 3 kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg goo. I want paper crane goo. I want dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. Why are these goo so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. JSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too, I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days we earned 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Shang Xnci was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Shang Xinci's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. 1 primeval elder goo in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xnci's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xnci's competition for the young master position, but this matter gave them much more confidence. But how did Fang Yuan know about the 3 kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000 I will be able to carry out my plan better. Shang Xinci said with a smile. Unexpectedly Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xinci, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued, doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan. There was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xinci's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He too, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang Clan City for long. I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang Clan City. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xnci to become a Gu master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having great cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xnci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing Gu master and was trustworthy. Fang Yuan chuckled, Xnci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stages Shang Qi when alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women, we can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales. I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xinci estimated. Xinci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position. I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Fang Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci smiled and answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xinci a sense of security. Xinci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you, his name is Zhou Quan, he is a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Fang Yuan continued to guide Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person. But he is a rank 3 Gu master, he has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic Gu masters. He luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yizi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person I'm afraid I cannot. Fang Yuan waved his hand and laughed. How would you know if you don't try? Xinci, you need to be confident, trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target, you might not succeed, but as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, Brother He Tu, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fist. Fang Yuan nodded, go ahead. Not long after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanqiu Garden. Fang Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed. Brother Fangjing, you are very intelligent, then please tell me more. Fang Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate. It was all because he knew about the 3 kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot, he immediately understood that Fang Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The 3 kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the 3 kings' inheritance ground, and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the 3 kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half-truth and half-lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real, he had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land was a place of fortune, the place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangjing, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu Master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu Immortals inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu Immortals inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu Immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled. I don't know the details, but Grey Bone scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance. There would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu Immortal, it has already decayed. Right now it is on the brink of collapse. Back then this blessed land was already taken by the 3 kings, the resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the 3 kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. Haha, in that case I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor, he was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu Immortals inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it, and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders, they had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang clan's team, they prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu clan and Shang clan, he was currently in 3rd inner city battle stage, his identity was confidential, other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the 3 kings' inheritance. I believe your Wu clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu clan moved and broke Shang clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. 3 kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu Immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu Master teams. This time, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance. This stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of 3 kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The three kings were demonic path people, and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain, the time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time, not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fang Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity Gu, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4-flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity Gu's help to Fang Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xinci was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine Gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what Gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 Beast King's eyeballs. Fang Yuan was currently in Shang Clan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shang Clan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fang Yuan already had a 4-flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms and first refined the second 4-flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4-flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm, its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fang Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in Gu refinement was unavoidable for any Gu master. Although Fang Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in Gu refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark eye soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The Nine-Eyes Liquor Worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this Nine-Eyes Liquor Worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, I will surpass Bai Ning Bing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Fang Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ning Bing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on Sancha Mountain. He was Long Qing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshen to resist Long Qing Tian. The situation on Sancha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Shang Xnci, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Fang Yuan successfully refined the Nine-Eyes Liquor Worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ning Bing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival, to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shang Clan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shang Clan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal, living a poor life and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Shang Xnci. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates, and invite people from all over. Brother Heitu, what do you think I should do? Shang Xnci felt troubled and subconsciously asked Fang Yuan. Xnci, we tripled our investment this time, and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Fang Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters there were alliances and also internal conflicts. Shang Xnci was competing for the position of young master, and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Shang Xnci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang Clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Shang Xnci said. Fang Yuan shook his head. On the surface there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang Clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qionyou. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pulao, Shang Baishi and Shang Baishi, they are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi, they are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition and Shang Paixiu is too playful. Xnci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang Xnci's eyes brightened when she heard this. Fang Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the first and second faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the third faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. Chapter 332. Here let me toast Big Brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bowed, raising his wine cup with a smile on his face. Right now the hall was brightly lit, people were singing and dancing and music was playing. Everyone was toasting each other, the atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qianyo sat on the main seat, raising his wine cup towards Shang Yifan and drinking it. A strategist spoke for him. Young Master Yifan, it is a wise decision for you to attend young Master Qianyo's banquet. Don't worry, our young master will not mistreat you. Big Brother Qianyo has always been my role model. Actually, I have always wanted to get closer to you and learn from you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qianyo was the #1 faction among the current young masters, and Shang Yifan's mother's tribe had deep ties with him. If Shang Xinci chose Shang Qianyo's side, she would be ostracized by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qianyo had already sent an invitation to Shang Xinci. If Shang Xinci came, he would definitely welcome her. What? Because Shang Xinci had Fang and Bai, 2 rank 4 battle strength experts. This was something none of the other young masters had. Many people were envious and jealous of this. Young master, I have found out that Shang Xinci went. At this time a Gu master entered and whispered to Shang Qianyo. Shang Qianyo's gaze dimmed as he heard this. Shang Yifan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking, it seems Shang Xinci did not choose this side, could it be Shang Pulao's faction? Shang Qianyo's face was already well trained, he did not show any emotions on his face, his expression did not change. Shang Yifan could only guess and not see any clues. But not long after, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xinci had taken the invitation and attended Shang Qiaofeng's banquet. This meant she chose Shang Qiaofeng's faction. The moment he received this news, Shang Yifan was secretly happy. Shang Qiaofeng and Shang Fuxi might be the third largest faction, but they are suppressed. How can they be Big Brother Qianyo's match? I have a higher chance of winning this time's young master position. However, old butler Zhang shook his head and said with a grave expression, Young Master Qianyo and Young Master Pulao's factions are locked in a stalemate. Young Master wants to borrow Young Master Qianyo's strength to deal with Shang Xinci, but I'm afraid it's not possible. At such an intense moment, it is impossible for Young Master Qianyo to make another enemy. Shang Xinci's choice this time was rather ingenious. She avoided the whirlpool and temporarily watched from the sidelines. By the time the two sects have decided who is stronger, the competition for the position of Young Lord will also be over. Shang Xinci has 2 rank 4 battle strengths. No matter which sect she joins, she will be recruited and become an ally. Young Master Shang Qiaofeng will definitely support her. Old Steward Zhang analyzed the situation calmly and incisively. In other words, even if I join Shang Qianyo's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xinci? Shang Yifan's expression turned ugly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Qianyo's strength. Old Manager Zhang stroked his white beard. However, Shang Xinci has many problems. Most importantly, he still lacked competent manpower. I heard that recently she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. How is that possible? Steward Zhang sneered, continuing, Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He is proud and arrogant, and is 10 times more talented than me. How could he attach himself to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears like her? I have already secretly made a move and created a large amount of rumors. Zhou Quan's extremely prideful face has already blocked his path. Shang Xinci originally only wanted to recruit Zhou Quan secretly. If she fails this time, she will lose her prestige and become a laughingstock in Shang Clan City. Saying so, Steward Zhang laughed sinisterly. Shang Qiaofeng's study room was decorated simply. There was a large square stone table and high-back stone chairs, giving off a rough and sturdy aura. While Shang Yifan and old manager Zhang were conversing secretly, Shang Qiaofeng, Shang Xinci, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. The conversation had been going on for some time. In truth, Shang Qiaofeng was slightly surprised that Shang Xinci took the initiative to join him. He had thought that Shang Xnci would join Shang Qiunyou or Shang Pu Lao. His faction was only the third faction, currently lying dormant and accumulating strength. Normally they were very low profile and would choose to give way to many problems and conflicts. But to think that they would gain Shang Xinci's favor. Shang Xinci's cultivation was only rank 2, her aptitude was even worse, and her faction foundation in Shang Clan City was almost 0. But she had Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to rely on. These were 2 rank 4 battle strengths. Even when Shang Yanfei was a young master, he did not have such capable subordinates. To have 2 such powerful generals, no young master would not be envious. Shang Chaofeng naturally also secretly sighed at Shang Xnci's good luck. Now, as long as he recruited Shang Xnci, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was an irresistible temptation to Shang Chaofeng. The atmosphere in the study room was harmonious. In the conversation earlier, Shang Chaofeng had already sincerely expressed his intention to fully support Shang Xnci's ascension. Sister Xnci, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones by selling the goo worms you bought earlier. You can be said to be at the top, but just this 300,000 is far from enough. What plans do you have for the future? Shang Chaofeng added, tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will give you the greatest help. Shang Xnci and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, and Fang Yuan nodded at her. Shang Xnci said honestly, I won't hide it from Brother Chaofeng, I want to do information business. Information business? Shang Chaofeng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes. Shang Xnci explained her plan in detail. But after Shang Chaofeng heard it, his expression changed and he shook his head. You want to do information business in the battle stage? Not appropriate, not appropriate. He said, not appropriate, twice in a row, disapproving of Shang Xnci's plan. Oh, what is inappropriate? Please enlighten me, Brother Chaofeng. Shang Xnci said sincerely. Xnci, I advise you to change this plan. You have just arrived, so it is understandable that you are not clear. It is better not to touch the battle stage. Shang Chaofeng sighed and continued, Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from all the other clans' battle stages in the southern border. Here, demonic goo masters can become external elders of our Shang clan. This is our Shang clan's unique policy. These years we have absorbed many talents. Among the 5 great elders of the current Shang clan higher-ups, 3 of them are external elders. However, this policy has its advantages and disadvantages. The greater the benefits, the higher the risk of disadvantages. External elders are Shang clan higher-ups, and if we invite a wolf into the house, it would be a huge disaster for our Shang clan. Demonic goo masters are demonic goo masters after all, even if they turn over a new leaf, their loyalty is still questionable. At the same time, other than demonic goo masters, there are also those righteous sects with ulterior motives. Thus, Shang clan's battle stage is the place that Shang clan higher-ups pay the most attention to. Once, there was a young master who suddenly had the idea to use his blade in the battle stage, and opened a casino. In the end, the casino only opened for 2 days, and he earned 500,000 yuan stone. But on the 3rd day the casino was sealed, and the young master was demoted and exiled. The battle stage cannot be touched carelessly, this example is the best warning. Shang Chaofeng revealed a secret. This secret was unknown to Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xnci. Although Fang Yuan had rebirth memories, it involved Shang clan's internal affairs, and such a small and secretive historical event that happened suddenly and ended quickly, it was not strange that he did not know. The battle stage was a forbidden area. Back then a young master touched this place, and not only did he lose his young master position, he was also exiled by the clan. Now Shang Xnci was not a young master yet, but she had the idea of the battle stage. In Shang Chaofeng's opinion, this was truly the ignorant being fearless. Xnci, your plan is a different path, it is a good idea. If it succeeds, you will definitely be making money every day. But this possibility is too small, don't take your future as a joke. I will be in charge of the goo battle stage, and your brother Shirsan will be in charge of the auction house. You can take care of these aspects, with our help, you will definitely be able to compete with that Shang Yifan. Shang Chaofeng advised gently. Shang Xnci was silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile, he opened his mouth to speak, but after glancing at Shang Xnci, he changed his mind and swallowed the words in his mouth. At once, the atmosphere in the study room became heavy. After a long while, Shang Xnci suddenly smiled after thinking intensely. Big Brother Chao Feng, regarding the battle stage, my point of view is different from yours. This matter is very possible. Shang Chao Feng frowned, staring at Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci felt the pressure from Shang Chao Feng's gaze, but instead smiled like a flower, showing her confidence. She continued, the previous young master failed to open a casino. He was simply a moth flying into a flame, courting his own death. He was exiled by the clan, but our Shang clan is merciful. What? In the study room, only Shang Xnci's gentle voice could be heard speaking. Just like Big Brother Chao Feng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of utmost importance, a place that all the higher-ups are extremely vigilant about. Opening a casino in the battle stage for huge profits can easily create a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the results of the battle stage. To Shang clan, this is a huge destruction to the external elder policy. The casino seems to have high profits, but to Shang clan's battle stage, it is a huge parasite, sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to feed themselves. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Chao Feng nodded continuously. Shang Xnci's words were incisive, and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. What? Hee. This is because most of the demonic Gu masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round, with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment. The mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang Clan City, they will be investigated. They will definitely feel disgusted and disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang Clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible, and I can't be at ease. In this situation, I do information business. I investigate every Gu master's general strength, Gu worms, battle achievements, and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the Gu masters in the battle stage, this was extremely important information. Many Gu masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy, and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way it will be of great help to the demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang Clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Shang Xnci finished, she smiled at Shang Chao Feng. At this moment her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this. Feng Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Chao Feng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xnci with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising, "Well said, your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xnci, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart. I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now, I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want." Shang Xnci, however, shook her head. "Thank you, Big Brother Chao Feng, for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind." On the surface, Shang Chao Feng wanted to send people to help Shang Xnci, but in fact he had his own people to control this information business, and at the same time increase his control over Shang Xnci. But Shang Xnci immediately saw through it, and tactfully rejected Shang Chao Feng. Not all the help was out of good intentions. But Shang Chao Feng was not willing to let it go. The information business that he had previously avoided, had now become a rich treasure in his heart. He continued to persuade, "Little sister Xnci, I know that you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is arrogant because of his talent. Previously, Shang Qianyo had personally invited him, but was rejected by him and even reprimanded him. This junior is still wet behind the ears. How dare you recruit my 100-year-old subordinate?" Zhou Quan was already over 100 years old, and was not willing to live under someone else's roof, especially as a subordinate to a junior. Shang Chao Feng was also not optimistic about Shang Xnci recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's ability was recognized, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back. Even if you manage to recruit Zhou Quan, what can one person do? You still do not have any lower or middle level subordinates. These people must have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, they must be loyal and devoted to you. To build up this kind of power, it will take time, a very long time. You do not have subordinates that you can trust. Even if you do this information business, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and even the fruits of success will be stolen. Although Shang Chaofeng had his heart set on giving up, his words were very reasonable. Hearing this, Shang Xanci could not help but frown. Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chaofeng answered. Fang Yuan had helped Shang Xanci to reject his suggestion. He could not force it. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus Shang Chaofeng had been showing goodwill to Fang and Bai. But he did not care. Building a force requires time. How can it be done in one go? Never mind, I will let you guys suffer first. At that time I will come and help, it will be more effective. Shang Chaofeng thought, but on the surface he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer before Shang Chaofeng personally sent Shang Xanci and the rest out. To outsiders this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chaofeng, Shang, Fang and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival. All the shops were closed and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5 spice essential oil rice, only half a yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another, a dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders, some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year. Whether it was Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Shang Xanci, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xanci suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, I would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then Shang Xanci looked at Fang Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth. If not for you, brother Fang Yuan, I would not have been able to come here. Towards Fang and Bai, Shang Xanci had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yanfei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting, this is the nature of the world. Fang Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xanci's expression changed slightly. She understood the meaning behind his words. Big brother He Tu, are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xanci for Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan answered. Shang Xanci gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay, but in the end she didn't say anything. She had been with Fang Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fang Yuan smiled. Let's go, I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He Tu, you really have an ideal candidate in mind? Shang Xanci asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fang Yuan's current tone made Shang Xanci feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages, they could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have, to sound so confident? Not only Shang Xanci but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop, there was a stall. Fang Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall, a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that Big Brother He Tu is looking for this young man? Shang Xinci thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance, he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. Little brother, what do you want to buy? Lord Fangzheng. The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fang Yuan was now a famous person in Shang Clan City. He did not hide his face and many people recognized him. By Lord Bai Ningbing. Soon after, he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Shang Xinci, he could recognize her Gu master aura. At the same time, Shang Xinci's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled. This is 10 yuan stone. I will buy all your things. You can leave now. Fang Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression. But soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fangzheng want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly. It is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to. Fang Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered, Lord Fangzheng, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell. You are also a person with status, and this is Shang Clan City. Slap. Fang Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram. Fang Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, but when his gaze met Fang Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Brother He Tu. Shang Xinci looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. Xinci, I am a demonic Gu master. I have my own way of doing things, which is to do as I please. Fang Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around, and immediately, everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fang Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace. Thus they often expressed kindness to the weak. Fang Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy. Or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fang Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron. It was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fang Yuan knew, it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path Gu master who fell into the water with heavy injuries, and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path Gu master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed, and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path Gu master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path Gu master left, he carefully instructed the little girl. If she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Dan Huishan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, this promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half-token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Dan Huishan, the volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic Path Gu Master was captured alive by Tai clan, and imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, the little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Shang Clan City, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented, only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled with a young master's temperament. He indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a Lee festival, his fate took a turn. Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic Gu Masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic Gu Masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates and had no one to help him. The 3 brothers looked at each other and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years they would regain their freedom. These 3 brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation, and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the 3 brothers' abilities, and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period he asked the 3 brothers to bring tea and water, and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years the 3 brothers repaid the debt and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself, and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Right now, the 3 demonic Gu Masters had not found this half-token. And this half-token was already in Fang Yuan's hands. As for that young man who cared about his life or death, according to his previous life's memories, this half-token would only be found by the 3 demonic Gu Masters next year. But now, Fang Yuan had the half-token, and brought by Ning Bing and Shang Xnci to find them. The 3 brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. Ah, it's Lord Fang Zheng. And Lord Bai Ning Bing. Seeing Fang and Bai, the 3 quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Fang Yuan or by Ning Bing. In this world strength was respected. In the demonic Gu Master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ning Bing had rank 4 cultivation, and Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei, thus all the demonic Gu Masters respected them. This time I came to find you guys. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the 3 brothers. These 3 brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong too, and was the shortest among the 3 brothers. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage Gu Master. The second brother was Xiong Hua, he was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiong Feng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage Gu Master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the 3 brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong too quickly cupped his fists, greeting Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Zheng, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Shang Xnci to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The 3 of you can come over. The 3 Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal, that was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Fang Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xnci, which was far from their ideals. Shang Xinci was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had B-grade aptitude, and together they could even contend against a rank 4 Gu master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Shang Xinci's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Fang Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Fang Yuan defeat Zhu Kaibei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Fang Yuan's match. Fang Jing came with ill intentions, those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sai, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Fang Jing's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ning Bing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them, they could only lower their heads. However, Fang Yuan continued, I don't want to force you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Fang Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest. He mustered his courage and said carefully, Lord Fang Jing, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang clan young master contest. So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. You three are really daring, you dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly, It's not like that, it's not like that. Lord Fang Jing, don't misunderstand, we feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited, he doesn't know how to speak, he can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xinci. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xinci, just accept them. Fang Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xinci. At the side, Bai Ning Bing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts. What's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xinci had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, From now on, work hard. Yes. Xiong clan's three brothers greet Lady Xinci. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts, Fang Jing is too despicable, he's the son of AB***, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously but his actions are the worst. Alright, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously. But soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his. Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues and urged his brother Xiong Tu, Big brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ning Bing and Shang Xinci's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real. The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ning Bing and Shang Xinci were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, we cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xinci is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, they knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xinci. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xinci. They shouted together, their tone different from before, filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother Hey Tu, what's going on? Shang Xnci immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fang Yuan chuckled, this is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shang Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shang Bu Li. The slave business was too profitable, and Shang Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shang Clan members. Fang Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity they arrived at a cage. In the cage there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xnci, Lord Fangjing, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Why is that? Shang Xnci asked. Lady Xnci might not know. These people are from Wei clan. Wei clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shang Xnci immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei clan leader had even sent his family to Shang clan as hostages. Many Wei clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang clan. Wei clan could be said to be Shang clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This. Lord Fangjing, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fang Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang clan clansman and was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the 3 Xiong clan brothers. I don't dare, I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xnci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xnci's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xnci, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xnci looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Brother He Tu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xnci insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xnci. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. Hehe. The Gu master laughed. Then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated, you will need to wait for a day. After a day. Bam. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby, falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang clan's inner city? You don't want to live. Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fang Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fangjing. The aggressive group saw Fang Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fang Yuan's teeth. Fang Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang clan's Gu masters saw this token and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face he said to Fang Yuan politely, Lord Fangjing, we all know that you are our Shang clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang clan, you even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang clan city. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone, Fang Yuan said. The leader was stunned, He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with Shang clan's rules. Fang Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand. "There are 50 yuan stone in here, keep the change." The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have the strength, even with the Redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang clan city, beating up a Shang clan clansman as long as he was not an important person was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fang Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. "We will buy all the people in this cage." Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fang Yuan. Most of them had a numb expression or a lifeless gaze. But a few stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. "Yes, yes, yes." The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fang Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. "This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu, please keep it well, Lord Fangzheng." Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fang Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm. It only had one ability to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean. It was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation Gu's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poison scorpion Gu had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery Gu with better effects, it was a rank 5 Gu. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xinci could not activate the poison scorpion Gu, and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poison scorpion Gu, Fang Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xinci. It was too difficult for Shang Xinci to refine this Gu alone. "What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone? What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Qianyo and the situation calms down, I will buy them." In the room, Shang Pulao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up. But now Shang Pulao came to question him. "Young Master Pulao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xinci only listened to Fangzheng. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangzheng kicked me unconscious." The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. Sigh. These Wei clan people were once in high positions holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei de Xin, she is most skilled in nurturing guards. Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shang Pulao heaved a long sigh. "Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged?" He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone, "The people were taken away by them, there were no problems with the procedures, it is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it, take care of your injuries." Shang Pulao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanxiu Garden Square, over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xinci came together. Just earlier, Shang Xinci had already grasped the poison scorpion Gu with Fang Yuan's help. Rank 3 Gu was too strong for her. Thus, Fang Yuan chose other Gu worms to help Shang Xinci control the poison scorpion Gu. "From today onwards, Shang Xinci is your master. Come and pay your respects." Fang Yuan handed the poison scorpion Gu to Shang Xinci in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xinci. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan, they had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus, it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xnci sympathized but was also worried. Wei de Xn, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei de Xan. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fang Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fang Yuan's expression sank, he took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed, his teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You. The Wei clan was furious, some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you leave. Wei de Xan took the initiative to dismiss the people around her and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fang Yuan. I wonder why Lord Fangjing called for me? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei de Xan's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei de Xan was helpless, she bit her lips and followed Fang Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently, the small lake rippled. Carps swam freely in the lake, the green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei de Xan slightly relax. Who knew what Fang Yuan said next made her nervous again. She only heard Fang Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei de Xan quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly, my looks are shallow, it is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangjing's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ah. Fang Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei de Xan, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xinci. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Wei de Xan heaved a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. Fang Yuan laughed deeply a few times and stared at Wei de Xan with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time, you want to contact your blood brother Wei Shinshi to help you take revenge. Is that right? Chapter 336. Wei de Xan's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xan who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qiunyou, and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei de Xan and Wei Xinjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xan, who caused Shang Yanfei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xan and also because of her. Wei de Xan's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xinci. Wei de Xan, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xinci, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xinjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe, and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xan was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground, her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine?" But just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xianci. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xianci has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the 3 brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the 3 brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Shang Xianci would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time become more and more stable. Even if Shang Xianci did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Shang Xianci. Right now, even Shang Xianci could not control these talents. After all, Shang Xianci was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu Masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xianci had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xianci's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night in Nanxiu Garden's secret room. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic Gu to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely, advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Gu masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ning Bing had given to Fang Yuan through Bone Flesh Unity Gu in the outside world. Rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence. Although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shangclan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity Gu by Ning Bing, and the favorable environment of Shangclan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Gu master to roam the world. As long as a Gu master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Gu masters. Since rebirth I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 Gu. Next, I need to refine charging crash Gu. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of? Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fangzheng." Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ning Bing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei De Xian who had just replenished some Gu worms and recovered some strength. "This is the place. Miss and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face." Xiao Dai added angrily. "Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap." The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xianxi's people. "Afternoon nap? Visiting card? Fang Yuan sneered, his expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. "Go, smash." He. The people behind him were stunned. The 3 Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. What are you trying to do?" The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. "Little thing blocking the way, get lost." Xiong Hua laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam! Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. "What are you trying to do?" Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam, Fang Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fang Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house. His expression was ashen. This Fangjing is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4? Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Jing has also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xinci has a relationship with Shang Chaofeng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright, he is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, "Quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time." "Yes, master." The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. "Lord, we searched but did not find Zhou Quan." Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door, hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. "Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do?" Fang Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly replied, "It's ready." "Very well." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Let's go." Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fang Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. "Let's go." Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fang Jing has brought people here again." The old butler reported in panic. "Don't worry. This shop is Shang Clan's property, even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in." Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then he took a big step into the shop. "Wait." A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fang Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. "This is Shang Clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang Clan City's rules." The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shang Clan City would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fang Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. "So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us?" The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might, "Even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang Clan City, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fangjing's actions have already violated our Shang Clan City's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know it's just a fine." Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. "There are 500 yuan stones in this bag, keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first." Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant, too arrogant." The passers-by excitedly shouted. "I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang Clan City. Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the red bud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really? The passers-by discussed. Many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fang Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. "Leader, are we going in?" A city guard asked carefully. "What for? To continue throwing Yuan stones at our faces?" The leader suddenly shouted, wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it." Back to Fang Yuan, he walked into the shop. "Fangjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop. Do you still want to stay in Shang Clan?" Zhou Quan's face was ashen. He wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain. "Old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush. I am here for you. I will give you two choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose." Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant." Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up, he was unwilling to lose. "You want to touch me, but look at where you are?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. "You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xnci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well." Fang Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so unbridled. He was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation. He quickly got up and fought with Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom, the intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking. He really dared to attack. This Fangjing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed. Almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries. Even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Fang Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected. Half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fang Yuan, bleeding and with broken bones. He could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing. He stepped on Zhou Quan's head. His fierce gaze was filled with power. "Lord Fangjing, what are you doing?" 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. "What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious?" "I am beating him up." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. "Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious. Do you know what the consequences will be?" The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. "This time Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big. I don't know how to end it." Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person." Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. "Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right?" Fang Yuan asked back. "Yes." An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The 3 elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it? What a waste. Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token. He clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant. He rejected Shang Xnc's recruitment many times and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token. He wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured. He would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan. How could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xinci multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fang Jing is also Shang Xinci's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xinci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xinci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. He couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan, Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan, to Fang Yuan Zhou Yu T. T to Zhou Yu to T, Zhou goes. Quan T, Fang to Fang Tian, but Fang Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind. At the same time, he used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fang Yuan's calf, but Fang Yuan's body was like steel, he didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother, hey to have mercy. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fang Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother, hey too, I want to speak. Shang Xinci insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fang Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Shang Xinci and Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Shang Xinci still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Shang Xinci's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting XINCI does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth. Sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation. Those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Shang Xnci was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Shang Xnci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xnci. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Shang Xnci, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old steward Zhang sighed. Shang Xnci is still inexperienced, she naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fangjing and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fangjing. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fangjing would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fangjing, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xnci, who is thirsty for talent. Now Shang Xnci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Bah. Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xinci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madame's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fangjing's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next I will sow discord and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xinci's planning, Fangjing and Zhou Quan's support, Wei de Xin, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Shang Xinci expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day it still caused a commotion. On the third day the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Shang Xinci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xinci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking because he knew, if Shang Xinci continued to develop with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xinci's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed. Just as they were about to order Shang Xinci to stop the business, Shang Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci succeeded Shang Yizi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother He-Tu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Shang Xinci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. XNCI, all good things must come to an end, we will meet again, don't be too sad. Fang Yuan consoled before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead, above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yanfei. Above Shang Yanfei there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage, only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities I will definitely do it for you. Shang Xnc's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fang Jing and Lu Qiwei involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xnci before turning to leave. Bai Ning Bing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Shang Xnci and the 2 maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother, hey too, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Shang Xnc's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west there was the Gobi Desert, the oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north there was a vast grassland called Northern Plains. To the south there was 100,000 mountain range called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy in many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within, it could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white sea of clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the sea of clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes. Tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. And the Gu Masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. 2 youths wearing similar clothing were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine, both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fangjing actually has such strength, it is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years junior brother Fangjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious and some were jealous. Fangjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly Fangjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. "Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat," he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. "Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them." Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. "All right." Fang Jing suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound, countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. This is an Iron Beak flying crane group. Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king. Fang Jing has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage, his talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000, what method is this? Everyone was in an uproar, they were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of Ironbeak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. "Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet because I also have a crane group. Come out." Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes. Such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fang Jing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention, he also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fang Jing's Iron Beak flying crane group, there were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the Iron Beak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight ordinary Iron Beak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenshiru's voice suddenly appeared in Fang Jing's mind. "I understand, Master." Fang Jing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group, while controlling the Iron Beak flying crane group in his hands. They are going to collide. The Iron Beak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers but also of control. Senior brother Sun has been cultivating hard, his ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fang Jing. To be honest, I don't think Fang Jing will win. Fang Jing might be a genius but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fang Jing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fang Jing had over 10,000 flying cranes, his army was huge, but once the numbers increased he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage, his soul could only reach a certain level of strength and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack he arrived in front of Fang Jing. Fang Jing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way Sun Yuanhua would fall into the Iron Beak flying crane group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, as if he had gone crazy, the intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fang Jing had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground Fang Jing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless iron-beak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the iron-beak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The iron-beak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fang Jing's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now he is being attacked by senior brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the iron-beak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings, and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary iron-beak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fang Jing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the iron-beak flying crane group devours the illusion lightning crane group, then Fang Jing will definitely win. But if the illusion lightning crane group breaks out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fang Jing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the iron-beak flying cranes and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fang Jing's mind, Master Tenshiru's voice continued to guide him. Fang Jing tried his best and followed Master Tenshiru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fang Jing, and had put in a lot of effort to control the crane group. Under his control, although the crane group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fang Jing, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly and said. When these words entered Fang Jing's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qingshu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fang Jing's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head and diverted his attention. The iron-beak flying cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from southern borders clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples as long as they had aptitude and character. They could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fang Jing could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple, sect elder, sect leader, and supreme elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become inner disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become elite disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become true disciples. Above the direct disciples were the sect elders. Crane Gate sect elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The sect leader was definitely rank 5, while the supreme elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the north, south, east and west. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus in Crane Gate there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fang Jing had a great aptitude, he was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate there were many geniuses like him. Fang Jing, you are talented and diligent, now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time, you need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangjing. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings. Fangjing answered. Now there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangjing respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy, sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangjing had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangjing slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group, most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangjing, we have the same mission. Along the way we need to take care of each other. Fangjing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangjing had a group of over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes. Although Fangjing could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangjing cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangjing, a few months ago an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain, do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangjing nodded. This matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangjing, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gate's Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangjing heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu Immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu Immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangjing immediately nodded in agreement. Southern Borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall and there was a large circular hole at the peak. Lava flowed inside and sometimes dust would rise like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal. It could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shangclan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain. But these trees were short and thin, their branches and leaves were as thin as needles, they did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like two tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route, they will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, two demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were two bald men, the old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these two, Shang Clan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4? They are only rank 4 initial stage. The Gu worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 Gu. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these two newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered, as long as Fangjing and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted, "Look, they fell into the trap." Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the two sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 Beast King. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back there were 2 protrusions as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the two, Fang Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.